you know, let's do that. Let's get into it. Let's play the game. Take a look at what our options are, and maybe even fix some of them. Don't remember exactly what I was working on, but it was some 7 somewhere that had area range 6 and 7 and mismatch, I think, or maybe just neighbor, probably just neighbor area thing, and it was really open and painful. So like, that's probably not where we start. I imagine there is other stuff to do. I guess we could start with a 5. A 5 seems reasonable. Does that seem okay? Yeah, let's, oh my god, that's so much stuff. Let's start with something smaller. Let's start with something outside of this region. Something that is not that complex. Here we go, not that complex. Just some stupid little compasses. That sounds great to me. That sounds delightful. Oh, gosh. Alright, well, precision 4 means this needs to have exactly 4, including this one. 0 means this can't go up here, so it has to take these 4. This can go left or right once, and then needs 2, so it's going to be these 2. So this goes here, and this takes this one. Yeah, alright. Easy stuff. Let's do a few more easier puzzles before we lock into the big stuff. Precision 5. Okay. Almost assuredly, each of these are their own region, but I could be wrong. But let's start with that assumption. 0022 is fairly straightforward. That's 2. That's 2. I guess it could go, like, 2 that way. Oh, no, that has zeros. Okay. So, no. So, it has to be exactly this, because it can't go up because of the zeros. And if it goes down, if it shares, right? If it's like this, that's 4, not 5, and there's no room for any more. So, it has to be exactly this. 112 also works the same way. Has to be exactly that. 1112 is fascinating. I think that means it has to be this, or something equivalent. I guess that means it could be either one of these. Definitely these 3, though. 034 is something else. 1, 2, 3. And then another one beneath it. So either this one or this one. No? Wait, what? How is that not 4? Oh, it starts with down. And then has to take none to the right, none above, but 3 more to the left. And it could be... It can't be this, because then that's one taken up by this and not that. So from here, it has to go left. And then from here, it can do whatever. But at least these 3. 1122. Okay, so this has to be like this and this. Or the other direction. But one of those 2 here. 0222 is wild. I guess that means it has to go left and up, and then right and up. I think it has to do that. I think there's no other way for this to do anything. 212. This is fascinating. This is like a dictionary of all of the various shapes and how they relate to compasses. That's so neat. Hey, Anvar, how's it going? 4 up means all of them have to be up. Is this a new mechanic? No, we're going to older mechanics because there's not any new mechanics, and the most recent unlocked zone is hard. I'm starting off with things that are less hard. Yeah, so this has to be up, and then it goes 1 and 2, so it has to be exactly this, I think. Since it can't go down, and it needs 4 up here. This is interesting. It's got to be like 2 left has to be left and down, which means now it can't go up or down, so it has to go 2 right. Fascinating. Which means this has to be this. Great. At least we got that figured out. This needs 2 above and 2 right and 1 left. Well, 1 left has to be that. And now... Oh, the 2-2 is the square. It needs exactly this. So that's 2 up and 2 right. Yep. This needs 2 to the right, which has to be exactly that. And then 2 down. Yeah, because it can't go anywhere else with this here. So the 2 down has to be here and then 1 to the left. So that's covered. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, and that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Which is slightly more restrictive, yes. Not that much more restrictive. It was always 1 to the left, and this is one of these 2 shapes. We don't know which one. I guess it can't be this, because it would seal off this 1 space, so it has to be exactly this. I think that's true. So then that's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 5 and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now, any 2 of these is still correct. So either left and down, or right and down, or both. This can't go right here. So it's 1 to the right has to be here. There we go. That's 5. That's 5. That's 5. And that's the other 5. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I feel like I glossed over some of the puzzles in this compass area, and there's enough compass stuff in the later levels of the game that maybe I should be doing these just to like get a broader base of understanding of how compasses work. I mean, I know how compasses work, but I don't grok it. Like, it doesn't... It's not intuitive to me. It's, I definitely, like... You know, I can't look at a compass and immediately be like, oh, this is what this stuff means. Like, it just doesn't... It doesn't click for me the same way that I have, like, embedded algorithmic rules for how palisades work or some of the other stuff. Alright. I've done a few easier puzzles. I guess I'm willing to go back to the 5 that scared me off. Because honestly, look at this garbage. Alright, so loopy means the whole outside is a thing. The rose windows means we have exactly 2 regions. That's gotta be red. Sure. That's gotta be red. That's gotta be red. Since this is part of this 1, all of these 1s have to be red. This is part of the 1. All of these 1s have to be red. And we have watchtowers and palisades to show us a few things here and there. And somewhere here is a wall. These are not all... This cannot be a group of 4. Those are walled, so both of these are red. These are 1s all around. These are 1s all around. And it either walls here or here, so one of these 2 is green. Could be like this, and then this is green, or it's like this, and then this is green. Oh, but in either case, this is green. And it's going either up or left, so the rest of this has to be green. And then same thing here. Either it goes right, and this is red. It goes right, and these 2 are red. Or it goes down, and these 2 are red. So regardless, this is red. Oh, this is cute. This is a cute way of like chaining the various pieces together. So the same deal, we can use the same deal. This is now green. And this is where the fun stops. Oh no, we can do the same thing here. This is also green here. Which means this extends the red into here. So this extends the green into here. Whoa, it's all just groups of 3x3s? What a fascinating puzzle. Oh, no. Here and here it's not. Here it's weird. But everywhere else, it's the same kind of concept. Fascinating. So one of these blocks is red and the other block is green. Same here. With this here, I don't know that... Oh, this has a 2 next to it. So one of these two, if not both, have to be green. Same here. One or both of these must be green. Okay. Oh, they can't both be green because then this is unconnected. So exactly one has to be green. The other one has to be red. Because the reds all have to connect to each other. Let's see. If this is green, then both of these have to be green. And they can't both be green. Because the kitty corner lemma. Yeah. I think you're right about the checkerboard lemmas, because it works the same at the corners, so it extends to the whole thing. So, if this is green, then because of the checkerboard lemma, both of these grids would have to be green. And these can't both be green here because this would be cut off. So this central one has to be red. Which means this one has to be green. Which means this connect has to be red. And then the same applies here. They can't both be green. Although in this case, it's not as consistent. I can't, like, do the same thing that I did here. I guess I can do the same thing over here. If this is green, then both of these have to be green. Is that okay? Maybe. So that'd be green, 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 which means red, which means green, which means this has to extend out. Oh, then this is sealed off here, right? This doesn't connect to any of the other reds. So this central one can't be green either. And then this has to connect to here somehow. This cannot connect down, because one of these two needs to be green. So it has to connect this way, which means this has to connect here. And then this has to connect down here. And then this has to connect across out to here. And then this has to connect across out to here. And then has to connect to this. Oh, this one is cool. I like this. This is a good one. It does require that I know the checkerboard lemma, which, like, I can determine from first principles, but I do need to know it in order to solve this. Which makes me wonder if that god-awful puzzle, this one, not this one, this one, has a similar, like, there is a thing you need to know about how these rules interact that I don't currently have internalized. Man, and here I go thinking the 6s are going to be easier. That one doesn't look easier than anything. Maybe I should try one of the 7s just to, like... Compare. This is such a mess. Oh. This is such a mess. Sure. No, this is great. Eventually figured out that terrifying difference puzzle over there, and it was pretty neat. I believe that. Area numbers, difference, and polyomino. Well, there's some things that we can do here. This is a 3 that has to do this. So that's easier. This has to be a 3. Now this has to... Oh, there's a lot going on here. This has to be a 3, so one of these is different. This extends to there, that extends to there. This is fascinating. Yeah, it's like you gotta draw the maze of 3s and how the different 3s connect. Where there are 3s and where there are 1s. This is either vertical or horizontal. It can't be... No, it can be vertical. Because this could be like there or something. I don't know. A 3 of some kind. Some nondescript 3. Okay, so every plus contains a 3 and 2 1s. If this goes right, this has to be part of the 3. Otherwise, this has to be the other 1. Right? Do I know which of those is true? Not exactly. But I know that it is true. This has to be an elbow, which is interesting. Alright, if this goes down, we have 1, 1. This has to be an elbow, which means this goes directly across. This goes directly down. So that feels like that's a lot of information that I could potentially use. So it would be like this, and then this and this, so that's a 3. So this has to be a 3 and 2 1s. This has to be a 3 and 2 1s. So this has to be a 1. 1, 1, 3. So this has to be a 3. And this has to be a 3 going left or right, but this is a 1. So this is a 1. This is a 1, so this is a 3. This is now has to be an elbow, so that's a 1. So that's a 1. So this is a 3 that way. So this is now a 3. This has to go, it can't go up, has to go down. So that's a 1. These are 1s. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's the 3. So this is the 1, 1. That has to go that way. That's a 1. That's a 1. 1 and 1. This is the 3, so that goes into there. This is the 3, that goes into there. This is the 3. This is the 3. This is a 1, so this is the 3. So this has to touch that. 1, 1, that's the 3. Now this has to touch, that's the 1. This has to go up, so this has to be the 3. That's a 1, that's a 1. That's now a 1. This is a 1, this has to be vertical. That now has to be a 1, so this has to be a cross. That's the 3 across. This is fun, actually. It's a lot of filling the things in. The things just get filled in. This 3 has to go across there, so that's a 1 there. 1, so that's a 3 down. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We found a contradiction. This now has to be both ways, which it can't. So this doesn't work. This has to go the other way. Big rewinds. That was the contradiction I was looking for. So this has to go this way. But before I lock that in, I am going to fill in some of this other stuff, which is required based on the situation. Watch someone else play this and learned a much better way of going about it. That's fair. Like, these can't both go up because this is a plus. So one of these can't both go into the plus, rather, because it's a straight line. Yeah, the straight lines give you a lot of information about what has to happen here. Like, these can't both be horizontal. And they also can't both be vertical, which is interesting. Two of these, no. 2 or 1 can go into the center here. This is part of the 3 now. Only one of these 2 can be part of this one. Which means this needs to either go up or left, but not both. Well, I'm kind of committed to this since I found my contradiction. So, let's just do this. Across. That's now a 3 across. This leaves me at another decision point. Interesting. So how do I want to approach this? No, this is resolved, so that goes into there. This can go up or down, but can't go here. This goes up or down, up or right. Yeah, sure. There's probably another way to kind of overall concept this. With rules about how things connect that probably turns this into effectively a pipe dreams puzzle. Which is kind of neat. Because anything that this, like, the orientation of this, whichever the shapes go out to, needs to be another, you know, pipe. Which I think is actually kind of cool. But I'll keep doing it the way I've been doing it. This is fine. Yeah, these can't both be vertical. I don't know. This can be, like, kind of whatever here. I don't have a lot of information here. Or here. Oh, is this actually because of all the way all of the 3s connect? It needs to be like a closed loop? So it's also, like, somewhat Slitherlinky? No, there's not like an actual rule there. This can be its own loop, and then everything else can be part of a second loop. It doesn't have to not close off into one loop. Like, it could be, you know, 3 or 4 different loops. There's no rules about how things connect here. right? Like, if this goes up and down, then this is its own closed, you know, six block loop, essentially. But there's no rules against that, as long as everything else can still connect correctly. I mean, I can just draw how things are connecting at the moment, and I might be able to, from that, kind of concept some things. Like, knowing this, if this goes across, these goes across. If this goes down, if this goes down, that has to close off here. Is that a problem? I don't even know. Like, if this goes down, then it'll have to keep going down there. Then this will have to go here. This will have to go here. This will have to go here. So now this has to do this, which is a problem. So this can't go down. This has to be horizontal. Which means that connects there, that connects there. These are ones, these are ones. That goes that way. Those don't connect, which means these connect, which means those don't connect, which means these connect, which means those don't connect, which means that goes there. This is now a 3 here. So that goes there and there. That has to go up. That has to go there. Yeah, cool, cool. If it goes down, I have parity issues. Yes, yes, but I needed to draw the rest of it in order to figure that out. I didn't have the immediate insight of, like, if that goes down, then... I wasn't thinking of it in terms of parity, and that might have been the better way to solve it. Like, that might have been the more intuitive way to solve it once I understood how that rule worked. But yeah, correct. Ah, that one was cool. That was a good one. What about this guy? Oh, it's another one of these idiots. All right, great. I'm on board. I love these idiots. All right, we got orange and we got blue. This needs to be orange, so that has to go out there. Let's fill in all of the ones. Is this legal? I'm gonna guess. Oh, because it's not all 2s. At the place where there's 2s, it's not all 2s. Oh, okay. I have to be careful with that. There are places that are 2s, but they're not all 2s. Ooh, they almost got me. Almost got me. This has to be a solid block. This has to be a solid block. So these two can't be the same. They have to be... They could both be blue, actually. But this is also a solid block. As is this. As is this. As is this. As is this. 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 Ah, here we go. This one has to be blue. And then this one has to be orange. Because of the way the 2 works. This is a block, as is this. So this is all one block. This is also all one block. This is all one block. This is a second all one block. This is all one block. All right, so that's all of the ones. Everything else is twos. This two here means I, oh boy, have to do that. One of these two has to be orange. No, one of these two has to be blue. They can both be blue. But at least one has to be blue. And that means you have the corners here and here and here as alternate. This has to be all one thing. I drew this weirdly. Why did I draw this weirdly? So this has to be a thing separately from this. These two have to be different colors. These two have to be different colors. Could use yellow, red for areas that aren't decided. I probably could, yeah. As opposed to drawing them like this. It's true. I could do that. It does work for areas that I know have to be different colors. So, like, I know this all has to be a thing, and then I know this has to be a different thing. But that's going to get confusing. I think that's going to confuse me more than it's going to be helpful. Like, this has to be crossed from that. As does this. These two can be the same. They don't have to be different. These two can also be the same. This can be a different thing. There needs to be at least one orange here. They can't both be blue. Why not use the border tool then? The border tool. Yeah, all right. There are places that I know have to be different. And that is somewhat helpful. Oh, that actually outlines some stuff that I didn't... that I wasn't sure was going to work in a particular way. That's interesting. Like, this being joined up the way it's joined up is fascinating. I guess there could still be a wall here, right? These two could still be different. No. Because if this is orange and this is blue, that means this is blue and this is orange. This is, or the other way around. So that would violate the checkerboard lemma. So yeah, these two have to be the same. Interesting. I don't know if that means they need to connect to here. Like, does this need to connect? Or could this be a different color? But these two, I think, do have to be the same color. I guess I could also draw the interior borders, but I don't know where they extend or not. So I don't so much want to draw, like, the borders around the entire shape, because it might be bigger than that. There's no restrictions on them expanding past the space that they appear to cover. Excuse me. Man, sneezing in public is so weird. All right. Is there anything else that we can determine explicitly here? I guess we know that this is a border as well. Which, again, does that mean... Oh, loopy. Loopy is a thing. Loopy is a thing. So we can't have this and this be broken up. Because either that means we have checkerboard. Right? If this is... Like, if this is... Sure. If this is blue, and these two are orange, if this is blue, then that's checkerboard. So these two have to be the same, whatever they are. And the same thing has to happen here as well. Which means this is yet another thing. And that has to have... I think it's the same problem here. If this is this color, then checkerboard. So this has to extend to there. Which means we have borders here. Because of the two. Oh, this is getting even more complex. I like this. This is kind of neat. I think that means that this also needs to extend. Because, like, this and this need to be the same color. Whatever color that is. Alright, where else are there neat twos with walls that I can figure out? These two can be the same or different. I guess if this is X, this is Y, this is X. So these two are the same, whatever they are. Because of the way this works. And this could be the same. That's unclear. But this and this are the same. This and this are the same. So this does actually have to connect through here. Which means this wall extends through here. which means this wall extends through here and here. And this have to be the same, which means they can't be blue because they can't be kitty corner. So we can actually fill this in. Cool. So that's blue. Which means blue needs to extend through here. Which means that needs to be orange. And this needs to be blue. So that's got to extend through there. Cool. These cannot both be orange. At least one of these needs to be blue. I could be blue here, and the orange goes into there. Right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, does this teach me anything about these? I have some walls set up, but I don't know if this is enough information yet to extend the rest of this. Ah, this needs to be blue here, so this blue has to extend all the way through there. And this needs to be blue, because now this is a 2 here. Which means this needs to be orange. What does that mean about this? Probably nothing. I guess it can't be like blue, blue. So if this is blue, this has to be orange. And if this is blue, then this has to be orange. Which still doesn't tell me anything about this. A lot of isolated, one-off, individual spaces here. Alright, we can get rid of all of the markings on the space that is already covered. This is neat. This is neat. This is a neat one. This is an interesting 2 here, because I feel like at this point, it's redundant, because this blue has to connect to the other rose window. I guess that just means it can't both be blue. One of these 2 has to be orange, so never mind, not redundant. One of these 2. This is so interesting here. Like, one of these 2 has to be different from this, and I don't know which one. And this doesn't have the 2 here to seal this off and connect. Which I think, actually, if this were a 2 here, that would be impossible because of the 2 here. Wait, does that mean that this has to be a part of this? Because if this were a part of this, then this would need to be that instead? But this and this would need to be the same, which means that breaks checkerboard? So I think that means this has to extend to here. This drawing is starting to get to me. That said, this could still be a part of this, right? And then these two are different? Like, this could still connect here. Maybe this was a mistake. I'm going to draw this in a slightly more sane way. Does this need to be... If this and this are different, right? This and this could be the same. And if this and this are the same, then they do have to connect here. Because then here, there'd be a checkerboard issue. Oh! No, no. But if these two are the same... Like, that still doesn't say anything about this spot, does it? Does it? I feel like I'm close here. Can these two be the same? If so, they'd both have to be blue. Which means this is orange. Then this blue has to come out and connect. Actually, I think these both have to be blue now that I look at it. That's a vibe, though. I don't have, like, hard evidence. But, like, if one of them is orange, the other has to be blue. Alright, what do we know that's not related to these two? We know one of these two has to be orange. We know one of these three has to be orange. At least one. One of these two has to be blue. One of these two has to be blue. That's all we know. And we know that the blue down here has to connect up to here somehow. If this is blue, is that legal? Or does that break something? I feel like that breaks something, but I kind of want to fill it in to be sure. Means that has to connect across, and that has to connect across. So far, this is fine? Weirdly? But now the blue still has to connect across. Do I think this is just blue again? Kind of. Actually, I think it is exactly this. That's orange. So this has to connect there. This has to connect here. Yeah. All right. Great. Yes, Smurfton. For a while, I was respecting the puzzle. And then I was like, but what if? What if the vibe is correct? What if the vibe is right? I can't be restrained. I'm a monster. Oh, this is cute. That is also fair, Smurfton. I fully understand not wanting to, you know, test the waters at that point. Okay, I think we can start here. I do like that thought process though. Like, if you say something about me being too respectful of the puzzle, does that mean that I will immediately switch to vibe solving purely out of spite? For this and this to be connected, which they don't have to be. This could be connected here or something. It needs to be something like this. But can it be the bigger shape, right? For this to be part of this shape would require this square, and then either also this square or also this square, which it can't. So this has to be part of a 5. It's actually not easy to read there. There we go. That's more clear. This has to be part of a 5. I guess we could also draw some walls. There are walls on this map. Just that one, I guess. That's the only wall. Never mind. For this to be part of a 5, that 5 would need to be here or here, which obviously illegal for a number of reasons. Or the 4 is here, and it goes that way or that way or that way. But regardless, this is part of that shape. Which means this can be part of its own 5, which would have to look like that. Or it can be part of the 5, and then we do something else. Interesting. Wonder if there's no, like, weird outlier rose window symbols here. All of the rose window symbols are, like, right next to another symbol. So it's really easy to connect them. I guess, like, these two cannot be part of the same shape, because then this one is a weird outlier that doesn't have another symbol to connect to. So we can draw a wall there. There might be something similar that I can do, like, here, for example. If these two connect, what does this connect to? Nothing. So there has to be a wall here. If these two connect, what is this? This can still connect to there, actually. That's a fair 5. So I guess that's not necessarily illegal. So these two have to be paired off. Interesting. This and this have to be paired. Wonder if that gives me, like, some pretty strict these and these always have to be paired. Do these two have to be? Because I can kind of see a world where it's like this, and then this does this, and then these two are paired or something, and then these two, and then these two, and then something is broken here, and this doesn't work. But, like, I can extend at least that far with this pairing. So it doesn't feel strict that this has to pair with the close one. This does, though. There's no way for it to reach this whatsoever, because the limit this is 3 in any direction. So these two have to be paired. This and this, I think, have to pair. I don't think there's any way for this to reach something else. Can't reach that. Can't reach that with this wall in the way. Yeah, these two have to be paired. Which puts this in a bit of a pickle, doesn't it? Can't reach that. Can it reach that? Can't reach that. How would it reach this? I think it also can't reach this. I don't think there's an arrangement of these shapes that make these two connect. So this and this have to match, which is exactly that. There is no other way for that match to work. Which means this has to be part of this shape. So like that. Which means this has to be part of this shape. If this happens, this now can't get both of these. So I think this needs to be this. And then this does something else here. These two have to matchy-matchy. And I think that means it needs to include this space, which means we need to have the square here. Because there's no other way to get the square. If these two pair off, which it seems like is possible, then you end up with this needing a circle that it can't get, because it can't get this one. Can get that one. 1, 2, 1, 2. No, it can't get that one, because the way that this would pair off is like that. Now this is stuck. If it grabbed this, it would have to also grab this. So these two I don't think can pair. I think these two have to pair. Which means these two have to pair. Which I think means these two pair and these two pair. Through this space. I didn't have to click through. Which means these two pair. Exactly like that, presumably. This looks real. Now we just gotta cover the rest of the board? In whatever way feels appropriate? I guess this has to grab this, so that looks like that. This then goes up. This is a square. The only one that can reach here now is this. So they have to take this. Whether or not they also take these is an open question. I think they have to. I think nothing else can reach. So then this has to connect that way. Can't go down. Can go down. But it's weird if they do. So maybe this goes up here. These connect there. That grabs this, and this is resolved? Yeah. Yeah, get resolved. I'm gonna find another 7. The 7s are cool. Sometimes the 7s are cool. Oh boy. Each of these blocks has 10 5s in them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And mingle shape is real, which means these two can't touch each other, and also can't touch a similar shape across the border. Very interesting. For this to be part of the cross has to be here. There's no other way for that to work. Which means this has to go out to here. This has to come out to here. This can be vertical. It doesn't have to be horizontal. This needs to do like that. Or like that, maybe? It could also be like that. Or 3. Unclear. I mean, we know each of these spots is going to be their own individual thing. Unclear if that connects there. Might, doesn't have to. There is a fair amount of freedom in how these Z's connect. But that won't work for sure. And that won't work either. So maybe it's something like this? That leaves an appropriate amount of room. Is there anything else this can do? Can't go up. Can't be a middle spot. There's no room here for it to be like that. Can't go up that way. No room. I think this does have to do this. Which means this can't touch either of these two spaces. So it would have to also do something weird. Probably like this, actually, because this needs to be left open. So it can't touch this spot either. So yeah, this has to be the edge, the corner. Which means this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this has to take this and be this. This is unsure. It depends on this. Which means this probably has to be bucket as opposed to long L. But we'll figure that out later. So 3 more shapes in this region, including this polyomino. Very few, if any, of which can be square with a thing. Q? Can I call these Qs? I'll call these Qs. So how do we fill this in? Like that? That might work. That is 5 and 5, divided up in a variety of ways. That doesn't work. Yeah, it can't be 4 that way. Or 4 that way. If the 4 is vertical, it has to be exactly here, which doesn't work. So the 4 has to be across the bottom somehow. One way or another. Which means it has to be exactly this. Which means this can't go into this space. This has to be a second thing. Interesting. So this now can potentially take this spot, but that leaves this in a bit of a pickle. Or it could do something like that instead. But this needs a certain amount of space to it. Right? Like, regardless of how this connects. It needs to have this 3x3. So it could be this. It could be this. Or it could be this, right? Which doesn't actually overlap in any one particular way, but no matter what requires one of these two spots. One of these two spots needs to belong to this T. What does that mean for us long term? It means this can't be the tip of the Q. Because then the Q would either go to here, which isn't going to work, or the Q comes down to here, which isn't going to work. And if this isn't the tip of the Q, then it has to do this. Which means this can't touch this space. That has to come down to here. This could still be the tip of this Q, though. I guess we don't know for sure. This is now a thing in some way or another. Needs to take one of these 3 spots for this T, right? Like, the bar could be here, or here, or here, or it could be like, this is the bar, and then it goes to either side here. What's up, Vera? How's it going? I will take a drink. From Italy! Hoo-hoo! Quite the jet setter you are. Look at you doing a travel. If the T here goes up like that, that seals this off too much. So it either has to do this, which means this 4 gets taken up 2 by this, 1 by this, and 1 extra, which doesn't work either. So this has to be like that. And then this is the horizontal, the vertical, the long I. Which means this is now something else here, and it can't be part of this T. So this T is now here, or here. Regardless, it includes this spot, one way or another. This can either go up or to the side, depending on how this T is shaped. Doing the travel like a money-spending European. Yeah, alright, fair enough. It's maybe a little bit easier in Europe than it is in other places to just randomly go to another country. The other countries are in more proximity. You could just take the train to another country in a way that you definitely cannot do in North America. All right. So what else are we doing here? How much more space is there to be taken up? $32. Yeah, okay. So one from here, so 30. 4 of which is accounted for. So there's 2 more shapes in here that are not accounted for. Bike to Germany in about 20 minutes. That's so funny. Yeah, all right. That checks out. Wait, bike to Germany. I think I had it in my head that you were German. Are you... What do I think? What country do I think you live in? You Dutch. Okay. That makes more sense. I would believe that. Yeah, that's... I'm willing to accept. My understanding of the actual geography as Europe is minimal. Dutch, not Deutsch. That's fair. So how does this come together? What does this need to look like in order for this to work? This and this are shared. These two are the same. This can't grab this. So this needs to be a whole separate shape, actually. Which means this has to come down to here. Okay, good. That's resolved. This can't belong to this. Can it be separate from this? Then, like, this would go out to here. This would go out to here. This would do that. This would then have to go out to here, which actually strands this from making its legal shape, so no. So this has to be part of that shape. Whatever shape that ends up being. So this now can't go 3 down. This could be the square. Not that way, but... This is the square. That comes out like that. This could also still be that way. No. If this does this, if this is actually the tip, then this would have to be that same shape, which doesn't work. Because there's no way for this space to be filled in otherwise. So this can't be the tip. This has to be part of the square, which means this does have to do exactly this, which means this T has to be exactly that. All right. figuring it out. This takes one more spot here, and now we have room for 3 shapes in this area. This can still go right. In fact, that would be pretty easy to accomplish. What if it goes down? It can't go right like that, but it can go right like that. If it goes down, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. It can't go down, so it has to go right. So it has to be exactly this. And now this takes up whatever space it wants in whatever manner it wants to. I guess it can't be the tip, so it needs to be part of the square down here. And then it can't go right. So it has to go up. So that has to be waves that way. And this now cannot go up that way. Fascinating. This cannot be an edge like that. This could work. That can't work because it can't seal off. So it can't go down no matter what it's doing. But it could do this also. There are options here. This is also fascinating. This is a lot of options. Worrisome. This bucket can't be against the wall. Like, it can't trap a space against the wall. There's a lot of big elbows here. Big elbows can't touch other big elbows. Guess this could be something like that to stay out of the way of this idiot. I think this has to be one of these 2 shapes. Because it can't be angled downward. So this has to take over these 4 spots no matter what. And then it takes one more either here or here. So this has to be a separate thing, and it can't be part of this. And also it can't be this shape. Interesting. Behind me? I immediately looked at OBS to, like, see what's behind me in the camera, rather than, like, big blue donut sneaking up. Oh, no. I hate donuts, maybe. Is there? Am I being attacked? Am I being assaulted by donuts? It's actually conveniently to my right. I can display a partially formed giant blue donut slowly materializing into place. I feel like Vanna White here. Maybe I could be a donut model at some point in the future. Alright, given this, how does that limit my elbows? Strange sentence. Big Blue is from F-Zero. 0 is the shape of a donut. Is Big Blue in the shape of a donut? There has to be some F-Zero track that is just a donut, right? What is the easiest F-Zero track? Is it Mute City? That's the only other name that I would recognize from F-Zero. If this goes vertically here, then it has to go up or down in one of these two spaces. Donudes? That's new. I haven't heard about Donudes. That sounds entertaining. Sure. Fill my chat with mildly NSFW stories. If this goes down here, there's not enough room for this to be an elbow and not touch this other elbow. Because it can't go left or right. So it would have to go up and down, which touches. So in fact, this cannot go vertically here at all. Which means, well, it can't go vertically here or here. So the vertical has to be here? That way? Must? Intriguing. This now cannot go that way. If it's here, that seals off space. And if it's here, it touches. Okay. So I guess it has to do either this or this. Or this, I guess. Nope, that seals off space. So this has to be sealed off in this way. And it can't touch here, so this has to be something else. All of this works, I think. Although this still has to be the bucket. The bucket. So now, with this bucket, this space has to be taken up by something. And this needs this space at a bare minimum? Friend was having a birthday, and she is a spicy, cute lady. Spicy is a hell of an adjective. Suggested she'd probably just want a photo album of all of you nude. It's a heck of a birthday gift. So this can't be the bucket here. The bucket can't extend to the right. Like, it can't be a horizontal bucket. It has to be a vertical bucket. Tastefully obscured nudes. Okay. She wanted donuts for the cake. Okay, I see where this is going. I'm on board. Continue. Because we have this set. This is what we know here. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. Does nothing work? Maybe nothing works. I don't like that. That means that something else is wrong. Large photo album of all of her friends taking artsy naked photos with donuts, eclairs, and other pastries. Heck yeah. I love it. That is very cool. That is a cool story. Maybe I have done something else wrong here. Maybe some other mistake has occurred. Maybe I am misunderstanding buckets. It feels like I want to do something like this. Well, definitely not that exactly. But you understand. Because I can't do that. I can't just, like, block off a spot. And now none of these spaces is good? Nothing is good? Everything is bad? And this can't, like, offset because it can't touch. Something is wrong. Something has gone very wrong here. That never works. Oh, but this is the same problem. Nope, never mind. Never mind. Hold. Hold. Theory assembling? I think this is wrong, actually. I'm not quite sure what to do with this differently. But it doesn't look like there is any way to make this work. Like, that is a disaster. That will not fly. Is there a way to fit this differently? Can't go down here. Can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go here. That's what I just looked at. Can't go here. Can't go here. Because of the problems we just looked at with this bad boy. Doesn't seem like there is any legal arrangement of bucket in this situation. That's definitely not going to work. And there's no way to go to the right. Which makes me wonder if maybe something needs to be done about this boy. Maybe this boy is taking up the wrong amount of space. Maybe I'm just wrong about how this W works. That doesn't work. It can't go up. Can't go down here. Can't go down here. Can't do that. What have I done wrong? Alright, let's look at this differently then. Can we do this? That then fills in like that. And then this needs to do what? I don't think this works either. That's a problem. And that was, in fact, the initial problem, which is why we set it up the way we did. But maybe you could just do this? No. Because now this has to do exactly that and can't. Yeah, the 3 vertically, we decided was illegal. Because there's nowhere for this to go at that point. So this has to be part of the 3 horizontally. And this gives no room for this dude. So we decided on this, or rather I decided on this. Why did I make that particular distinction? I think for some reason, the way language works in my head, I have decided that we collectively are doing a thing, but if a mistake was made, it is solely my responsibility. So I am the one making a mistake. Fascinating. Boy, language is neat. That's the wrong amount of space. Yeah, this doesn't work. Does this work? I mean, it does if they nest, but that's not allowed. But if this doesn't work, what is this elbow doing? It can't do this. Because this space cannot be part of the W. Can't do this. Can't do that. Can it do that? Oh no, the polyominoes can connect! The polyominoes can connect! Ah, yeah, there's no rules against it. Okay, great. Great, good talk. Yeah, nah, there's no rule against this thing, so this is the thing that has to happen. You just have to actually understand that there is no rule against it. Not solitude. Yep. Okay. So it either goes that way, it could still go this way, right? But then that causes bucket issues. Because this is the only way the bucket could draw without trapping a space now. And that doesn't leave enough room to do a thing. So I think it has to connect this way. So now this is like this in some way. The bucket could be here. This is not okay. This is maybe okay. Could also do something weird here. There are a variety of weird things that can occur. Can this be vertical here? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Does this space require that the shapes be the same? Like, I think if I have to take this 10, this block of 10, and make two shapes out of it, then the shapes have to be... The shapes have to violate mingle shape. So I think this can't do that. I think this can't be 3 across. So the 3 has to be vertical somehow. Like that? Nope. Well, the vertical can't be here. So the vertical is either here. Oh. Alright, so the vertical has to be across the bottom. Which is weird. No, it's fine. That means this has to take this spot. And this cannot be a zigzag, so it has to be here. And now this cannot be an elbow, cannot be a zigzag, and cannot be a long Z. Which still leaves kind of a lot of possibilities. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this space contains a bucket, these 3 shapes, so it's 4, and then 2 more shapes of indeterminate flavor. This cannot be the zigzag. It cannot be a Z. Well, I know it can't be a Z. There's no way for a Z to fit in this space. Could it be the bucket? Maybe. But then this would have to be a Z? Because it can't be an elbow. And if it's a Z, then the bucket has to be here, which leaves space taken up weirdly. So this cannot do that. It can't do that. Can't do that. It can do this, or it can do this. No, it can't do this, because this leaves this space sealed off weirdly. So this has to be the F. What's up, Cryptomancer? How's it going? Making progress. This is now a shape, and it can't be part of the bucket, so it has to go off to the side. More and more, it is looking like this is going to be the result. It's still not required that it do that, but it sure feels like it is probably going to be. Unsatisfied with that result? It's, I want to be a little bit more thorough before I proceed from there and get myself in trouble up here. If this goes up here, now this bucket has to do this, which is illegal. So it can't go up there, so it has to go across here. This is now yet another color that comes out and cannot be separate from this shape. So this has to be the T here. So this bucket can't do that. That seals off space weird. Can't do that. That seals off space weird. So it's got to be it's got to be vertical, either like that or like that, but that's illegal. So yeah, it's got to be like that. And now this interior space, if this goes up, it requires an elbow, so it's got to go across. Okay. I am now feeling good about that initial thing that I put in. So that means that this is restricted. It can't go horizontally because it can't touch this space. And it can't touch this space. So it's got to go vertically. Which does work. That does leave an appropriate amount of room for everything else. Does this have to take this space? I think this has to take this space. Because otherwise we're looking at that. Or something else that seals off space. Like, none of these are okay. If that is separate, there is no if there's no corner that doesn't seal off space. So this has to take it. Which means we have the 2 down here, the 3 up there, like that. And then this has to be part of a thing, so it has to be part of this. So this is touching this. This has to be the bucket. At long last, we have determined what must go on in this corner. This now, in this corner, can do that, I think. Assume that is the case. It does this. This now can't touch that space. Can't go across like that. That seals off space weird. Has to go across like this. So now we have a T and a plus. Sure. This now cannot do that because that's the wrong shape. So it has to do this. Heck yeah. Get out of here. Goddamn pentominoes. I don't want to have to deal with pentominoes. What? 121. Okay. All right. Yeah, it's 2 regions. That's a 60 and a 61. All right. All right. I'm here for this. I can't believe this is offering me 3 colors when there are exactly 2 regions. You cannot figure out how a logical solve for this works. That's interesting. All right, exactly 2 regions fully connected. Which means one of these 2 is orange, the other 2 is blue. The other one is blue. Anywhere we have 2 things kitty corner. I guess diagonal. Oh, this is blue. Interesting. Yeah, it's not loopy either, so we don't have that security blanket. I missed a 61. I did miss a 61. I have no longer missed the 61. The 61 has been unmissed. That is also true. I have the border connectivity lemma. So, most of the border needs to be one thing. So once I have, like, a blue or an orange on the outside, then I know the blue or the orange needs to draw all the way to it. So that is potentially helpful. Alright, let's figure out what I have to do with checkerboard here. Like, exactly one of these two needs to be orange. Exactly one of these two needs to be blue. Exactly one of these two needs to be blue. Here, blues, here, here. Can I use that? How do I use that? There isn't really good overlap. I guess knowing that one of these two needs to be orange, it could be this. If this is orange, then this has to be orange. Then this has to be blue. Maybe I'll just start with that. Like, make a guess as to a single space, and then progress from there and see if it runs into a contradiction. Because that feels like the easiest way to start this. Is just do this. And see why this doesn't work down the road. Outside the left 61s have to be orange 60. You mean here? There does have to be an orange here. That is true. That's actually probably how you start this. That's a really good point. Is because of this pair, one of these two has to be orange. Maybe both, but at least one. So this has to be drawn like that, which means this has to be blue. And anywhere else that we can touch with outside color, like that's helpful. Now this could be blue here, or it could be orange. Where else do we have? Here we have one of these two needs to be blue, and one of these two needs to be blue. Which is interesting. Has to be at least the top one. The rest of it could extend. Which color tastes better, blue or orange? Blue is usually blue raspberry, so I'm going to say orange. Because I don't like raspberry flavoring. I guess I'm thinking almost exclusively in terms of slushies. And I don't know why I'm thinking in terms of slushies. Or Slurpees, rather. Like, this particular coloring just makes me think of, you know, the branded ice drinks. As opposed to anything else that might be that color. Yeah, this much has to happen. These cannot both be orange, but one of them must be orange. So either we have this, or we have this. This means this. Yeah, this is illegal. So here's another contradiction, right? If this is orange, then this needs to be blue, which is not going to work. So this has to be blue. which means this has to be orange. And then these have to connect. Which means this has to be orange, which means these have to be blue. Good. A good start. Another pair of blues against the edge, which means the orange has to continue down at least that far. If this is blue, then we have to do orange around like that, which means blue here. Still have to do something here. Wondering if maybe figuring this out is the next step. Because if we do that, then this has to be blue. One of these two has to be blue. Not necessarily both. Could be both. But if this is orange, this has to be blue. Which means that. Which means this has to be. That's interesting. Is there a world in which this is orange? Is this allowed? This feels weird here. What is my next step? Would mean orange, would mean blue, would mean orange. There's a lot of ways in which this is blue. All right, we're gonna start making like connected sequences, right? This has to be one or the other, right? This has to be one or two. Let's say it's one. Regardless of which one this is, this has to be the opposite. So this has to be 2, and this has to be 2. And then because of here, this then has to be 1. So we have this much going on for sure. Regardless of which one 1 is, this has to be the opposite, and this has to be the opposite. Does this mean anything going forward? What does this mean for the rest of the puzzle? If this is blue, this orange has to go up and around. Doesn't have to go around, has to go up at least. If this is orange, this has to have a blue among them. Does this determine anything for me? I don't think it does. I don't think this was helpful. I like the idea, and I want to try this going forward, but I don't think this does anything for me here. I guess here we also have like a 1-2 pairing here. Which does or does not dictate this spot? Does not, I think. Like, it works here because there's this, like, big pattern of diagonals. Here? This is 1. This is 2. Does that mean that this is like 1 or 2? It still doesn't really help, does it? Too bad. There's no rose window. I guess they've done fake rose windows with area numbers. But all of the 61s have to connect to each other, and all of the 60s have to connect to each other. So we do have a lot of instances of places that do need to touch, as opposed to just the bare bones, there needs to be 2 regions. Can't have any of these closed off. And however we fill in the rest of the puzzle, stuff needs to connect in such a way. In such a way that it connects, I guess. So, stuff needs to be built up in such a way that it connects. So whatever the orange is doing over here, the blue does need to be able to trace a path to the rest of the blue, whether it's through here or around. Difficult. It's funny how sometimes you have straight up transplants from Islands of Insight. Like, this could very easily be an Islands of Insight puzzle, right? Because there are 2 regions with full connectivity and no 2x2s. And, like, we know exactly what that rule set looks like from Islands of Insight. So I wonder if some of these are just, like, Islands of Insight puzzles that they didn't end up using in Islands of Insight. That they then, you know, find another way to implement the same rule set. Which I think is really interesting. It is. It's the same devs of Islands of Insight, yep. Some of. I'm not sure if it's, like, the full team, or if some of the expats from the studio got together and were like, hey, I like making puzzle games, let's make more puzzle games. Or if it's even the same studio, but I know it's some of the same devs. Expats, okay. I'm glad somebody has the answer to that. We ought to be able to figure this out here. I feel like I have enough information over here to figure out a next step, and it's not quite coming together. Your friend was a dev on Islands, nothing to do with this. That's cool. Do I know which friend that is? There's definitely been people in my stream chat that have been IOI devs. I think somebody in the Witness Rando community was an IOI dev. Zizzy Vivification. Okay. I don't know that person. But I do remember somebody in the Witness Rando community that showed up during some stream or another. Probably when I was playing the Witness Rando. Was also an IOI dev. Plausible follows you to streams rarely. Sure. I would believe that. What else can I do here? Here we have 1 and 2. I guess if we have another orange anywhere on the edge, that means that orange needs to be drawn all the way around. So we might be able to figure out some things based on, like, trial. Oh, is this orange? Because that does give us a fair amount of things that need to happen if we know where, if we know that there is a full block of almost any color at certain points, right? Like if this is orange, for example, that gives me orange all the way around the outside edge, and this has to be orange, which means this has to be blue, which means the orange has to connect here, which means this has to be blue, which means this has to come out. And I guess doesn't give me any further immediate progress. This has to be blue. This has to be blue. This has to be blue. So that connects there. That I guess it does give me immediate further progress. Now that has to be orange, which means this has to be orange, which means this has to be blue, which means this has to be orange. Anything else? Like, that was all well and good, but, like, anything else? I guess this connection means that blue has to go through here. One of these two has to be blue. The other has to be orange? No. The other can be orange. One of these two has to be orange. This has to be blue. This is fascinating and not particularly restrictive. This blue still has to get through somehow, either through here or through here. If it's through here, I guess this orange mess can connect down to this. Anyway, all of this is suspicion. None of this is actually determined. Nor is it determinate. Like, I don't feel like this gives me anything actionable based off of this extrapolation. Conversely, how far out does blue have to go before that starts causing a problem? Like, if we do this, now this has to be orange, this has to be orange. Does this cause problems? Does any of this cause problems? That's really bright. Thank you. Is this bad in some way? Is this an issue anywhere? It does take up a lot of space. So it kind of feels like maybe they need to go around the edge and meet here somewhere, since it does have to be split 60-61. Like, I wonder if there is a limit to how much around the outside edge it can go before it has taken up too much space. 60. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3. So if this takes all the way around, it's now taken 53, and there is room for 7 more orange somewhere in the inside? Is that possible? I don't think so. How much of the inside space needs to be taken up by one color or another? Am I ready to do that math? Orange needs to take at minimum 1/4. That sounds correct. That sounds correct, yes. Ignoring connectivity, which means it definitely needs to take more than that, but not clear by how much. But yes, at minimum 1/4. 81 internal cells. So it needs to take up at least 20 from the internal region, which means it can't get more than 40 around the outside edge. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Damn it. That's actually not helpful. Dang it. Yeah, I guess if it's 11 to a side, then it's never going to take up 40 going all the way around anyway, because some number of spaces are cut off. And blue can only go up till here anyway. There's probably a better heuristic for how much space internally needs to be taken up. $20 is still below a 4th. So 21. But still. You just don't have it. Fair enough. How many of the internal squares need to be at least half of a color rather than exactly a quarter of a color to maintain connectivity? I guess at least a fourth? Because you can't have 4, but you can have 3 squares that are 1x of the thing. And then the fourth has to have a square that is 2x of the thing to connect to another group of squares. Which means that the internals require at least a minimum of an extra fourth of a fourth. So call it 26. 3/8 then. Sure, yeah. I probably mean 5/16. I think I mean 5/16. 3/8 is almost assuredly more realistic. But 5/16 is a minimum, at least. But okay, if I need 26 in the middle, let's assume I need 26 in the middle, then the most I can have around the outside is 34. This is 10, this is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. So we at least have blue to here. Nailed it. That is presumably progress. Having a hard time justifying that this is true in your head. So think of it this way, right? For any group of 4 squares, you need a minimum of one of them to be the opposite color. If you are maintaining connectivity, you can do that. But then one of these needs to break out of this square in order to maintain connectivity with the external. So at a bare minimum, one of these needs to be half and half. If you repeat this pattern, it still doesn't quite work. Like, you actually need more than this because you can't maintain connectivity across the entire puzzle. But in order to maintain connectivity, at least among the smaller sample size, you need at least this. And then you can do the same thing again, right? Here, 3, here, 3, here, 3, here, 3. And that maintains connectivity within these groups. So at this point, you now need another one for the internal color. So the number does actually go up again, I think, by further fourths every time you add another group of 4. But at bare minimum, you do need one extra per group of 4. Hilbert curve? Sure. I'm no mathem artist, so hard for me to say one way or the other, but I'll believe that. I don't know who Hilbert was, but he must have been pretty smart if he had a curve named after him. So I can at least justify this amount of blue, is the point. Although that's... hardly an additional... I mean, it is an additional step in the solve, but, like, it's not It's not enough to get me going. I don't feel like I have broken into this puzzle yet. So what do we do from here? Do we just start playing with hypotheticals? Is there another way to get, like, actual math involved? I did like what I had going on over here with this kind of pairing, but this doesn't seem to extend past this particular group, which is unfortunate. Like, knowing this, I don't think we get to a situation where one particular location any further out from this has to be a thing one way or the other. Graph theory or topology? Yeah, I don't know how those work. Topology is actually really interesting in this context. If I knew anything about it, I would probably love to talk about it. But I don't, so I think that's maybe not the best direction to go. All right, we're gonna mess around with some hypotheticals out here again. So if this is blue, that means the orange needs to wrap around it. Now this needs to be blue. And now what? Does this mean anything else, given this information? Can this be orange? If so, blue, orange, blue, blue. So orange, so blue, so orange. This is now 2 hypotheticals deep. And it's like, yeah, that feels like a thing that you can do. I don't see a reason why you couldn't. But maybe let's not chain hypotheticals. What about if this is orange? Then you have blue here and blue here. So this now has to be orange. The blue has to come out. And once again, I am faced with, let's try another hypothetical in order to figure things out. Terrible news. Something over here, maybe? If this is blue, then orange has to go here, blue has to go there. Does that help? Now we have to have an orange in one of these 2 spots. Now we have to have an orange in one of these 2 spots at the external edge. Okay. This can't go up, but does need to be connected to blue somewhere. Oh, I guess it could be down. It could connect to blue down. I was going to say, like, if it needs to go left or right, so orange needs to go at least to here. But I don't think that's true. It could just be down. And then we have blue around the outside edge. Damn it. I was so close. If this is blue, though, that does mean we need orange down here. and blue there, and blue there, and orange here, and blue there. So orange here, which means these two connect. So this comes out and it goes to here. And now we have blue here, which means we have orange here. And I think I have run out of next steps given this information. Wonder if I can do something with this row of diagonals. Like, knowing that there's this row of diagonals here, does that mean that they, like, have to be connected in some particular way? Could be like that. Could be like that. Could be like that. I guess any of these are all possibilities. And then requires that the opposite be the other color. One of these two has to be blue. This is blue. No, we've done that before. I've played that game before. It has not resulted in anything interesting. Can this blue be sealed off here such that it needs to escape to the rest of the blues via this passageway? That then requires this. And still doesn't give me any additional information. There has to be a next step here somewhere. If I think that neither of these are orange, and I kind of do think that neither of these are orange, then this would have to be orange here. Which means these two would have to connect. Which means... Which means... Yeah, I still don't have, like, a next step for that. If this were blue, that would mean orange all the way out to here. In addition to orange here, which would need to connect here. This now has to go either left or right, which is fine. This now has to have blue there. And here. Which means what? An orange here somewhere. A blue here somewhere. So this has to be both blue and orange. Either like that. Or like that. I guess if it was like that, then this would need to be orange, which it can't. So it needs to be that. So now this is blue. So now this needs to come out to here. And this needs to come out through here. This feels real, actually. 54. 55, 56, 57, 58. So there can be exactly 2 more orange anywhere in the world, which is illegal. Okay. This is actually a contradiction based on area count. Because at this point, for these oranges to be connected to the greater orange mass, there needs to be a minimum of 3. 1 to connect these two, 1 to connect these two, and 1 to connect this down. And if this is 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, I don't have room for 3 more orange. Which means this spot has to be orange. That was a lot of work. That was a lot of work for minimal gain. The thing that I said before about this space still holds true, though, right? One of these needs to be orange and one of these needs to be blue. So it's either like that, or it's like that. That would require orange here. And that would require orange here. Which requires blue here. Requires orange here. Requires blue there. Keep coming back to this pattern. Don't see the way to account for the numbers, because there's multiple border lengths for orange that can be completed but are too large or too small. Yes, correct. Likewise, blue, right? Orange and blue are sharing the interior space in some way. And whichever one has more of the interior space, that means they have less of the border. But we don't know which is which. Like, we don't know exactly how that's going to work. And there's certain... Ooh, is there a minimum border length? The most... minimum border length. Wait a minute. here. The most area that they could take from the interior is... I guess if we want to start with blue, then if we ruled that the minimum they can take from the interior is 26, then the most they can take from the interior is 54. Which means blue would need a border length of minimum 7. Cool. That actually does help, though. That means that's orange. I think 7 is also unrealistically small for a border. But I think figuring out how much bigger that number needs to be requires more mathematics than I am familiar with. Does this tell me anything? Is there more? Now we're into the checkerboard kind of figuring things out. Oh, nope. This is blue. So now this has to come out to here. I mean, I guess I could just, like, continue this, right? And give each of them more area as I go on and see what that requires from all of the internal stuff. Just, like, one square at a time. Like, what does this need from the internals now that I have taken this much space from the border? But it seems unrealistic. Although, if this is 33... 6, 7, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 7. 58. That actually does work? No, there's still more spaces that need to be taken. Like, this is an empty 4x4. This is an empty 4x4, 2x2. So, one there, one there. Connects. Does something. Connects. So that's 3 more. 35, 36. 3, 34, 35, 36, 37. Plus 3 more is 40. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That has to do that then. Can I do the same thing with the blue? 21, 31, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. 39 leaves 22. And if this goes all the way around to the edge, I still need 23, 24, 25, 26. I don't know why I started at 20. There is room for 22 more at this stage, right? 21, 31, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39. So room for 22 more. And if blue is all the way around the edge, I need to be counting down, not counting up. Then to get connectivity for everything, I need... I am taking away from the amount of space the border can take by one more. So down to 21. Down to 22. Down to 20. Down to 19. Down to 18. Down to 17. Down to 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So then I would need to go to here with orange. I think I can actually keep doing this particular game of, like, back and forth. Now how much space can the border take, given the amount of space that is left in the interior? 45, 46, 47. 48 to connect here, if it's not going all the way around. 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60. So blue has to come down at least to here. That needs to happen. That needs to happen. That needs to come out. That needs to go to there. So now I have 50 taken up by orange. And everything is connected if orange goes all the way out. But we still need an orange here and here. So 51 taken. Here, 52. Here, 53. No, because it'll go on the outside edge. It's fine, actually. No, here and here, 53. Here needs 51. Here is 52. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60. So blue has to go out to at least here. Which means this has to connect out to there. It's not 10 to go around the outside edge. Sure. $53. So now the most it can get is 7. And it still needs one more here, so 8. So 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So blue to at least here. Uh, 56, 58 blue. So the most blue can get is to here. So that has to happen. 58. It can grab exactly 2 more. And this does need to connect out and across. So I think it has to do exactly that. Yeah, good. Good. Woof. Oh, what an experience. That is a really helpful method, though. Like, counting the amount of space that you need in order to keep everything connected, and then seeing how much space of the border you can take, and then filling in, because the minimum increases each time as you fill in more spaces. That's actually pretty cool. Once I had a process, I enjoyed kind of doing the rest of it. But wow, that was a toughie to really get into it. Secluded garden, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, I am going to take my usual stream break here, I think. Because I sincerely think I need a break after that one. And also, I am almost out of water, so that seems like a good time to go and refill. So I'm going to take a break here. We're going to go and refill. And continue solving puzzles where we left off. As soon as I figure out which puzzles I want to solve. Are we still hanging out in the secluded garden? We can still hang out in the secluded garden. I'm okay with that. I think. As long as it's not that one puzzle. Maybe we'll do some other puzzles that are not that one puzzle. Should we jump into another 7? There's time. There's time for another 7. I expect there to be time for another 7. Let's try this bad boy. Oh, holy crap! Every single one of these puzzles is just like slap you in the face with a huge number of symbols. All right. Let's do it. Let's get into it. This is definitely doable. This is probably doable. Are there 6 symbols? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. There cannot be 6 symbols because there's empty spaces. So there has to be 5 symbols. So every shape has 5 symbols and an extra space. Space is the 6th symbol. Space is the 6th symbol. All right, let's draw some borders here. Space is the 6th symbol. That's cute. That's cute. I like that. That's good. I could work with this. Any other walls to be drawn? This is interesting. Can only go left or right, not both. This either goes up or left, but not both. So that's probably where we start. There's also these sort of pseudo-walled off areas that feel like they're good places to start. Like this. Where is it going to find its diamond? Could either grab this space and diamond or this space and diamond because they're kind of offset from each other, right? Space and diamond versus space and diamond. It, no matter what, has to grab this triangle because there's no triangle on this side within reach of this shape. So that's something. And then if it goes left, 1, 2, 3, 4, it can grab all the rest of its shapes here, even through circle. If it goes right, it can grab the circle here and still get this square. Interesting. So it either takes these 3 and this, or these 4, or it gets its space here, and then has to get its diamond and square here as well. So we can go like this. It can go like this. Or it can go like this. That's a lot of possibilities. A lot of possibilities. I'll leave that alone for now. Where else can we go? What else can we look at? What else is particularly restricted? Let's see. Is there any shape that only has one of another shape in range? The shapes that really stand out are the spaces, actually. I'm wondering if I can look at things that, like, are isolated from spaces in particular ways. If there's any particular spot that's like, oh, this only has one space that it can get to. The spaces are pretty spread out, though. Or, yeah. Hard to look at any particular spot and be like, oh, this is only one space that they can get to. I guess this circle can't get to this space because there's a circle in the way. And can't get to this space because there's either a space or a circle in the way. So has to grab this circle. Has to grab this space. And now it has these 4 down here. Or these 4. Or something else. One of these 2 triangles. And then depending on which triangle it takes, one of these 2 squares. So yeah, it's entirely dependent on the triangle. Like, if it doesn't take this triangle, it's just got to be exactly these 6. If it does take this triangle, then it needs exactly this square and exactly this purple. And then which of these diamonds it takes is... It can't take this diamond, actually. Because that would isolate this. So it would have to take this diamond in this situation. Or it could take these 6, and then this is a 6. Wait, really? Because there's this set of 6 and this set of 6. Or there's this set of 6 and this set of 6. And either one works? That seems odd. That seems very odd. That they're interchangeable. Maybe they don't work that way? And this needs to grab like this? And this needs to go out this way? And then this needs to grab something that's not illegal? That seems real odd. Alright, well, let's leave what it has to grab, and we'll figure out the rest later. These diamonds are actually really, like, centralized here. This now needs to grab this space. Because, like, this cannot grab this space without sealing this off, I don't think. 4, 5, yeah. This has to grab that. So this has to grab that, which means it definitely has to grab this triangle with it. And now it needs square purple diamond, which it can do in a variety of ways. Which means this and this are connected. Which means these 2 are connected. Because there's nowhere else for this to go. This now is a little bit more in the air. But this space, this hits one of these spaces. And this hits the other one, I think. So this has to take this space. Which I don't know if that means that this has to be connected to that. But now there's these here. So this has to grab one of these two. And the other has to grab this one? No. Because, like, that could go here. And this could go there. And this could go here. This... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6... but this is still walled off. So that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, these two have to be connected. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. So this fifth one has to belong to the outside world. That's not necessarily walls, but it needs to connect across here. To one of these circles. Which means this has to grab this. And this is, like, really flexible and messy. And this is very flexible and messy. Interesting pairings here. Given this information, what can I do? Is there a limit on, like, what other symbols can be grabbed by these puzzles based on, like, symbol proximity? By these puzzles, by these regions? Like, given that this is potentially a separation, does that mean that one of these symbols out here needs to grab a symbol, needs to be a part of this so it can grab, like, a lefter symbol? Or... like, here it's bracketed on both sides by diamonds. Does one of these diamonds need to go up? Or need to go into this region? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it's that restricted. Are there any other better starting points? Some other spot where there's two adjacent symbols that I can draw another wall? This is so funny, this spot right here. I love that space is the sixth symbol. That's gotta be a deliberate choice. Like, what if we just didn't put in a sixth symbol, and space is, like, the implicit sixth symbol? Because if there was a sixth symbol and all of these spaces had that sixth symbol, the puzzle would be exactly the same. But I think this is aesthetically a little bit more pleasing. This is a real busy puzzle. Kind of looking at the triangles as another symbol that just visually kind of pops to me. Which isn't to say that it's necessarily the next best sort of starting point, but it is the one that's most apparent to me just, like, glancing at the puzzle. Which means I should have an easier time figuring out how they connect or don't connect, in theory. Alright, so what did I say here? If this takes this space, it has to grab this circle. It cannot take this space and this circle. So it's either grabbing these 4, or it's grabbing exactly these 4 out of this mess. Given where this purple and triangle are, I don't think this space is reachable by any other purple triangle pair. Because these two do need to be paired. There's no triangle on the left side that this purple can get to. And this space can reach this purple. I guess if it just goes all the way across, it grabs this. And then this has to go out this way, grab a triangle and a purple, and then one of these 2 diamonds. Which means I am in this world. Grabs one of these 2 diamonds. And then, I mean, I can just draw some symbols. Ooh, no, this doesn't work, because now there is only one purple left in this mess for these 2 spaces to grab. So this has to go the other direction. This has to do this. All right, we figured out our first location. Can this grab this square? No, because now this needs to go through this triangle in order to get this space. So this has to grab this. And now it needs a purple, so that's the purple. 1, 2, 3. It can grab this space. But that will cut off whatever's up here. So it grabs this space. 4, 5. If it goes right, it cuts stuff off, so it has to go up. And this still needs a diamond. This needs a diamond. This definitely needs that. Unclear which of these diamonds it needs. This one can't reach that diamond. In fact, this diamond can't be reached by any other red circle, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it has to grab this one. If this grabs this, this one is in trouble, I think. Because it has to avoid that. Yeah, they'd have to cross. So this has to grab that. So now both of these need to reach into here for purples. So this purple is covered by this circle. Which means this needs to cross this triangle in order to get a purple. So this needs to, or this, actually. Oh, this one needs to get this triangle. And all 3 of these need squares. And this is the only one that still needs a diamond. And it cannot seal off this square separately. So it has to get that square. So this gets its square down here. And grabs a purple. No. It grabs purple square. This grabs purple here. That grabs that. Cool. That goes there, and then up and across. Alright, making headway. This is actually working. Weirdly. This needs a diamond, and it can't get that diamond. So it needs this diamond, which means it needs to go up this way, which means it needs to grab this. Can't go up through that, so it's grabbing this, which means it needs to be those. That comes out that way. And the only circle it has access to is this one. And now it has a space, so it doesn't grab this space. It needs square diamond. That's square diamond. Now there is this mess. This square needs a space, so that's its space. This could still go down into the right. I guess that we need to figure out the contents of this space first. So we need to pair off circles and purples. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So if this grabs a purple from up here, there's not enough purples for the circles. So this needs to grab this purple. And now we look at triangles, same deal. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this needs to grab one of the upper triangles, which means this grabs this triangle. That's weird. No, it grabs this. That's fine. So this comes up to here. Now it can't reach any of the other spaces, so it grabs this space. And then it needs a square and a diamond, which it has access to an abundance of. This circle feels like it ought to grab this square. Well, it definitely can't grab this diamond. I mean, I guess it can, actually. If it grabs this diamond, then it has to go across here and get a triangle. No, it can grab this space. No, if it grabs this diamond, then it can't grab this space because it seals off this diamond. So it has to grab this space, which gives this access to only 5 spots. So it can't grab this diamond. It has to grab this one. Triangle. And it still needs purple and square. If it takes this square, that seals this off, so it does have to grab this square. So it's that purple. 6. So it grabs these two. Yeah. All right, so now we're working from here to move on into the center. 3, 4, 5, and then it needs a purple. Because it can't grab another triangle, can't grab another space. And now this is like partially sealed off, and we might be able to do some pairings from symbol to symbol. Whew. Oh, this is a lot to get through. This is a slog of a puzzle. The engine running pedal to the metal the entire way through. There's no coasting here. At none of these points was I able to do, oh, this, then this, then this, then this, then this. Like, it's all, everything is like multiple different things that I have to consider in order to put it together. Yeah, now I feel like I'm just in an entirely new puzzle with the same sort of sets of restrictions, with no bearing on everything that I've already done. Oh. puzzle. Okay, so which of these symbols are restricted in what ways? I'm still thinking about what you said about owling the final puzzle, Ender. Because I very much didn't. I tried a couple of different paths that all led to contradictions. And every time I thought, oh, this has to be the path, I was like, took it out to another couple of steps and then was wrong in some particular way. Put a puzzle in my puzzle. Thanks, Kellerman. Appreciate it. Always looking out for me. Where do I start this? This is a mess. I just need to start with right assumptions. So true, bestie. Just guess right the first time, and then the puzzle is easy. Alright, I had good luck with circles and spaces previously. So maybe I can do that again. Can this circle get this space? No, because then it goes through here and is sealed off from getting any of the other spaces. So this circle has to be paired with this space. So now this square, for this square to not be a part of this circle, it needs to go all the way down to here, like this exactly. Does that leave the right number of pieces? It does. Oh no. Which means we have this and this. I mean, it looks like it works. Sure, I'll go with it. Yeah, it seems right. Why not? This purple now is very limited. So has to grab, doesn't have to grab that, but does have to grab this and this. And now needs diamond circle space. And it can't be like this. So it can't grab this diamond, for sure. It might grab this circle in space, but it can't grab this diamond. So this square and this diamond are for sure connected. Which means they have to grab this circle. And then this triangle. And now need space purple. Which can be either these two. Oh, but if now this needs a circle... And it can't be this one. So it needs to be this one. So your diamond is here. Which means your space has to be here. And now this is screwed? Something is very wrong. Something has gone horribly wrong here. I mean, this has to happen, but now we're problem. Now we are problem. Does that mean that this is wrong? It might mean that this is wrong. All right, let's look at this again. Let's look at this one more time. This purple needs to come out this way. Today we become the enemy. I have grown up to become everything that I hated. If you grab this diamond, that's illegal. So you're grabbing this diamond. Which means this purple has to come out this way. This square now has to grab this circle. So this is grabbing a circle here, which means it's grabbing a space here. Yeah. There's no way. Okay, so this is the problem, in fact. If this square grabs this space, it's over. So this square has to be part of this. Which means that's walled off. And now you're looking for diamond triangle purple. Can this grab this square? It can. If we don't grab this purple, then this purple needs to come out through here. This can't get this purple. It can only get the left or the right one. So it's either grabbing these three, or it's grabbing these three. Interesting. All right, say this goes right. Now this needs to grab all of this inside space, because this is sealed off here. Because, like, if it doesn't grab these two, it's stuck. So it has to. And if this does this, we end up in the exact same position as before. This still has to be associated with a space, though. And this circle, which means this square. So this again doesn't work. Which means this has to go left. So this comes out to here. This can grab this pair instead of this pair. This square now can't touch this square, though. So if this square isn't grabbed here, it needs to come out this way, which means it's grabbing those. Which I think means this needs to grab that in order to prevent the problem. So now we can try working from here. And see if this is any better. This now needs space, circle, diamond, and can't touch this square. Or this square. So it's definitely taking this circle, and it's definitely taking this space. Which means this is trapped, so this still doesn't work. Still doesn't work. Which means this has to take that. That's what that means. It's quite a complicated mosaic I've got going on here. Yeah, and it's just getting more complicated as time goes on. It's kind of a mess. I keep ending up bumping into a contradiction out here. So maybe I need to start out here and figure out what the different symbols, like what this square needs. Because if this square doesn't take this space, it comes out here, here, and still needs triangle purple space. So it would be like that if it's not taking this one. Which means this is doing this. This is doing this. Hang on. 22. That's not a multiple of 6. All right. So this square needs to take this space. Which means these two spaces are associated with these squares somehow. This square needs a third space, so it's got to be this one. So now these two squares are associated with these two spaces. Hey, Inkling, how's it going? These two squares take these two spaces. This square takes one of these two. This square can take this one or this one. This square, 1, 2, 3 for 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think that's actually helpful. You were playing Octopath Zero for Senna? Excellent. How's that going? Is Octopath Zero good? Is it different? I feel like if they're naming it Octopath Zero, it has to be a different kind of game as opposed to just a prequel. I see ellipses. Okay. All right. It's like Octopath with Stardew Valley. Oh, fascinating. All right. All right. You don't seem to have anything good to say about the plot. Okay, noted. But mechanically, it's a good time. One arc you liked, sure. That happens. So where do I go from here? If you grab this circle, what happens? That's exactly purple circle, and then you need a space, which has to be this one, which is a problem. Is that a problem? I think it is a problem. So you can't grab that circle, you're grabbing this circle. which means the only space you have in range is that one. And now you can grab one of these two purples. I have a feeling this needs to grab this purple. Because if I go all the way out to this purple, I need exactly a diamond. 5. So there's 15 left. And if I take a diamond from in here, it's 14. If I take a diamond from here, it's still 15. Neither of which is good numbers. So this can't grab this purple. So it has to grab one of these 4 purples. Good heavens. The game has way more characters. Oh, that's really interesting. Saw a title on a guy, Octopus Traveler. That's fascinating. Yeah, FF14 I think would be great for just a bunch of little like cameo references. That makes a lot of sense. All right, what about this purple? If it's grabbing this purple, it has to be through this diamond. Which means I don't know how it's getting triangle and circle. I guess there's still a lot of options. It could be circle, triangle. It could be triangle, circle. It could be triangle, circle. Nope. Even if it takes from inside that twice, that's 8, which is not the right number. So it can't grab this purple either. It can't grab this purple, it's too far away. So it has to grab this purple, which is through there. Which means this does have to grab this purple. So now this square has only these that it has access to. This square is now yet another thing that is coming out here. This needs diamond circle, so that has to be its circle. This needs a space. Can't grab this square. So it needs diamond triangle. Which is a problem. Which continues to be a problem. Okay, so maybe we shuffle these circles around, right? This grabs this circle, this grabs this circle. Now this can go up here and do this. And this can still grab this diamond. This is looking a little better. The old circle shuffle. Octopath Zero has a lot of quality of life improvements, although Inkling complains a lot about the game being too hand-holdy compared to the previous titles. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I could see that also. Like, anytime you're kind of used to a set of mechanics, if the game starts explaining things a little bit too much, it probably feels like it doesn't need to be doing that. Alright, what are we doing here? This square can't grab this space. So this square has to grab one of these two spaces. If this square grabs this space... Oh, this square can't grab this space. It can't go around, so it has to grab this space. You need 3 more things. So if this happens to 3, you can't do it. So that has to happen. Don't tell you where the solution to the quest is. Make you remember and find it. Sure, sure. Space, and you need a triangle. This is now sealed off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now it's a mess again. Oh, rose windows, why? Rose windows. This circle now definitely needs this space. So it has to go through this square to get it. Can grab this purple, actually. What if you grab this purple? Now this purple can't grab this diamond without sealing this off, so it's connected here. Can't grab this triangle without sealing this off, because it needs to grab this space. So it has to do that. And then this comes out. Needs a circle. The only circle in range is this one. Can't grab this square, so it has to grab this one. Has a triangle, so needs to go like this. Good notes in a quest journal is all that's needed, but many games fall short. Yeah, I appreciate the, like, reminders of what other people have said, if that's quest relevant. Like, you know, sometimes it's like, it could be, you know, Farmer John mentioned that the rabbits in this region were multiplying or something like that. But, yeah, if it's just minimap markers for everything, like, you might as well be playing World of Warcraft. Like, at that point, it's, are you even reading quest text? Which is probably not where a Final Fantasy game wants to be, even if it is Octopath Traveler. Like, if you don't have to engage with it at all in order to get it solved, then that'll definitely lead a lot of people to just not engaging with it. This circle now. Can this grab this square? No, it cuts off this circle. So it has to grab this square. What are we doing over here? So this square and this square need circles of their own, which can be either of these. Like, if this goes there, that's a problem. That's also a problem. That's not a problem. Sure. Hey! It worked! Thank God I'm free. What a struggle. Loopy rose windows. Nope, not today. Precision 4, bricky mingle shape polyomino. Bricky mingle shape polyomino. Oh boy. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Let's see what we can get done here. This probably grabs. This probably does the thing here. I bet. I bet this does the thing. It's not conclusive. We don't have proof. But, like, I bet it does the thing. I bet this does the thing, and I bet this does the thing. All of which seems completely viable. So bricky is real interesting. This is either doing this, which doesn't work, so it has to be doing this. Signed, sealed, delivered. This is part of a T. It can't be like that or that. Can be like that. It'd be like that, or that, or that. There's a lot of options for this T. Curses. Can this be all the way across here? What does that mean for me? That would mean this. And then... what? Very interested in the water planets? Am I going to pick up the new DLC? I mean, probably at some point. I'm still enjoying kind of getting a little bit further in my Frosty Planet. Like, maybe I will actually take this Frosty Planet to, you know, the 4th tier of science, which I have pretty much never done at this point. Rather than just continuously starting new colonies at the drop of a hat. Yeah, I like Oxygen Not Included. I'll probably play the Water Planets thing. Worst case, I'll get it for offline play, or I'll start an Archipelago with it or something. Did you know that there was Archipelago integration for Oxygen Not Included? Because that's certainly a way to live your life. This actually can't do this because that bricks. So this has to go here. That's good to know. What is this doing? It can't be a Z. It could be a T or an L or an I. Well, that's not very restrictive, is it? That means this cannot seal off here. So if it's connecting here, it has to do it this way. Which means these two have to be connected, which is like, this is still, I haven't seen a reason yet why I can't just do this. But I'm not committing. A man cannot sustain himself on vibes alone. This is pretty open. This has a lot of flexibility for this T. Most of these have a lot of flexibility. This is interesting. I could do this. Nope. This, sure. This, sure. Sure. Now this has to do something weird. Oh, it has to do exactly that, is what that has to do. Oh, that bricks. I can't do this because it bricks. I got to identify, like, this sealing off here is a brick. Can't do that. So this is a problem. And this is a problem. This is maybe okay? This is maybe okay. This is maybe okay? Maybe okay. And then there's also these options. Let's take a look at this. If I do this, this T has to leave space for 4 up here, which has got to be an O, right? Now this is a problem? No. Nope, no problems. No problems detected. This can no longer be an L this way, nor that way. So it's got to be a T, or it can't be a Z. So now it's T-I... T or I. Now it's T or I. All valid. This now has to be filled with a T, I think. This can be separate here. Because that has to come out here. I guess this could be part of a separate thing. This can go either this way or connect with this. I'm still on connect. I think that seems more likely. But this also does work. No, it doesn't, because that leaves no way to fill this in without trapping a corner. Yeah, okay, this has to do this. Dang. This can't go to this spot. So maybe that has to tee off. And then this can do this, because that can't brick. And then this has to be connected. So we'll make it into an O. And then this can do that. Which feels like the T needs to connect into here, and that can be an I. I am definitely just making things up at this point. It's mostly working out, though. This cannot go vertical at all. So it has to go horizontal in some way. Where else? These two have to be connected. And these two have to be connected. And they can't go down into here. And now these two have to be connected. Or connected that way. Like, that works as a Z. We could do something like that, and then this could be another T, and then this could be like an O or something, and then these two have to be connected, maybe as part of the Z, and then this could be a T, and I'm still just making things up and it's working. That could be a T here, that could be an I, that could be an O, and the puzzle's just solved, and really everything's fine. Like I was saying, just make the right assumptions, and every puzzle is easy. Making stuff up and it mostly working out is basically your whole career. I love that for you. I will probably attest how insufferable you are when it comes to ONI thermodynamics. I love that you're knowledgeable enough to fact check me whenever I'm like, this will probably work. And you're just like, no, it won't for these particular reasons. That's always a good experience. Of course, more often than not, you're happy to let me make my own mistakes and reap the rewards thereof. So, it is a mix. Well, that worked out just fine. We did the thing with the shapes. All right, let's see what this looks like. Good heavens. I imagine I have had that problem before, Cryptomancer. I definitely forget to move the period sometimes. I so rarely do the math, honestly. Mostly I just assemble the chain in a way that looks like it works, and then deal with the supply problems later. 3 to 5, that's helpful. So this is 4, 5. This is 3, 4. And this is the same 3, 4. And it can't be a 3 because it needs to be bigger. So this needs to be a 4. So this needs to be a 4. So this needs to be a 5. And this needs to be a 3. So this now, I think the same logic. This needs to be 5, bigger than 4. Same 4, needs to be a 3. These chains are all fine. So this is 5, 4. And this is 4, 3. And this is also 4, 3. 5, 4. 4, 3. Now this is big on the outside. Intriguing. My 5s have definitely grown less and less legible the more I have had to write them. Vibe building is how you do it too, yep. I very much am like, yeah, okay. Each type of material is connected the way it needs to be. Why isn't it running? Oh, because I need 3x as much oxygen or water as this thing is currently getting. Great. Fix that part of the supply chain. Oh, it's because I have instantly run out of phosphorite. Fix that part of the supply chain. Pressure? Never heard of it. Yeah, just keep venting that carbon dioxide. I'm sure it's gonna be fine. Oh, superb, superb. Oxygen Not Included is such a good game. Alright, so what do we do with this set of knowledge? What does this mean for us? What areas cannot connect to each other, given this information? You have a buddy who just builds to the surface and vents the carbon dioxide out into space. That's so good. That's probably a good way to do it. There's always more carbon dioxide. I'm kind of in a space where, like, what if I want to build a carbon dioxide engine? Maybe I should store some carbon dioxide. But oh yeah, venting it into space, also good. Ooh, it changes the color on the tip of the cursor when you change the color. I didn't notice that. That's neat. What am I doing with this? These deltas here are really interesting because they have to be different region size anyway. So is it just for symmetry? So there is a symbol on every wall? I would believe that, actually. There's a carbon dioxide rocket that's in the progression sequence. I know! That's why I'm storing carbon dioxide! As opposed to just venting it into space. Or finding some other solution. Not that finding some other solution has worked out for me so far. Let's be real. I'm trying to not resort to carbon skimmers in my sub-zero colony. But, it might be time. So what do I do with this? These 4s need to be the same shape. So this can't be an O. And it can't be an I. So we have L, S, or Z. L, S, or T. Could be a T. Right? We could do something like this. Not that exactly, but, you know, something like that. Still not that exactly. Something like that. Range 3 to 5. So actually, it can't do that either. Does that mean it can't be a T? It certainly can't be a T through here. So if this is part of a T, it has to be exactly that. Which means this has to be... That's illegal. That's illegal. Because that can't be a T. So that's all of this is illegal. So yeah, no. This can't be a T here. So we're on S or J. No DLCs, so carbon dioxide is basically just a hindrance in the base game. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Interestingly, you could do it like this, right? And then it has the two deltas next to each other. That's kind of good. So this is a 4, which means this needs to be a 5. And then this needs to be either a 3 or a different shaped 4, which does work. But if this is a different shaped 4, it has to go out to here. So this is either a 3 like that or part of a 5. Do these threes connect, do you think? It's not impossible. I don't know that it's likely, but it's not impossible. This is either S or T. Maybe I'll just draw the shapes, because I don't know that I'm going to remember what letters mean. Not T, L. Explicitly not T. This is not the same problem on this side, though, because I don't have this wall to cause problems. It still can't be an I because of this 4. And it still can't be an O. But now it could be a T, I think. Right? Like, it could do, I don't know, this, and this could be a T here, and then this could be the 5, like this even. What I'm saying is there's possibilities. What do we have going on here? Do these need to be part of the same region? Is there a limit on where this can go if it's a 5? No, there's 5s everywhere. This is probably where I start. Alright, what if this is an S? For this to be an S, it has to go like that or like that. If it goes up, this place is even more concerning. Because now this has to do exactly this, which means that's a 1. This can't be up. What if it goes down? Now this has a lot more freedom in terms of how it's positioned. No, it doesn't. It still has to be exactly this. But now exactly this is maybe fine. This and this need to be the same, and this still needs to be... This needs to be a 5 now. And it can't go up through here. And connect. So that's actually not going to work. There's no way for this to be a 5 here. Like, this could be 3 and 3, except not. Yeah, okay. So we can't have an S. It has to be an L. So what does the L look like? Like that, or up. What does this L look like? Like that, maybe? Like that, maybe? I was thinking about this originally. This still feels pretty real. And then this can just be part of the 5. Sure, why not? There's no, like, area neighbor thing. So as long as there's no symbol dictating a relationship between 2 regions, they can be the same with no problem. This could just be a 3 like this. This could be a 5. Sure, why not? can't touch this. So it would need to go down to here. Does need to grab these two. So yeah, this 5 would have to be this 5 if this 3 is if this is a 3. We feeling the vibe here? I think we're feeling the vibe here. Let's just draw some things and see what happens. It stops working. I'm no longer feeling the vibe. Because I still like this 5. So maybe we have a 3 here and then a 3 here. And now we have a 5 here. Oh, this is a problem. That needs to be now another 5. Because this does need to be a 5. So maybe this T, the way that these T's work, it needs to interact here. Does it need to be an L then? Does it need to go all the way up? The vibe solving has reached an impasse. Don't think you saw the end of my retrospective back in January. What was my game of the year from 2025? Might have been Blueprints. Might have been Silk Song. I think Silk Song was that. Clair Obscur I did really like. I don't think it's my game of the year, but it is up there. Now I'm curious. I don't remember. Fortunately, I have a variety of Google Docs that I can look up. So if I look at my assembled documents, I think I need to be logged into a different Google account. I look at my assembled documents. Yeah, I think I put Silk Song at the top of the list. Blueprints ended up in the afternoon games tier. So, potentially close to top of the list. Interestingly, beneath Clair Obscur, third place is Type Help. Because I did have a lot of fun with that game. And I'm very excited for the, not so much remake as, whatever they ended up doing with Root Trees Are Dead. Like the, I don't know what you call it. Because there's that, the studio that was taken over, I really did enjoy Root Trees. Root Trees is the next one down below Type Help. I think I liked Type Help more. I think it was doing more interesting things. Root Tree's very good for the genre, but it is very much a genre game. Whereas Type Help kind of, I like the text interface, and I thought that what it was doing in terms of plot was a lot more interesting. Anyway, all of this is still vibes. The vibes are good, but it is still vibes. Let's not forget that. All right, what if this is a T, and then this is a different T, that then gives this 5 enough freedom to do 5 things? Which I don't think it does, actually. I think this T breaks it. I think this can't be a T, unless it goes down. Maybe if it goes down, it's good. Now this 5 could maybe go up here. And then we could do 3, 3, 3. Ah, but then this is a 6, which needs to be divided 3 and 3, except there needs to be a 5. So no. No good, no good. In fact, from this point, it's already no good. So maybe it's not a T. Maybe it's an L. And then this is a 3. And then this is like also a 3. And then this is a 5. And then there's not enough room here. Maybe I should start over here. Right? Because I need these two to be the same and these two to be different. So these two can't be part of the same shape. There are 3 different shapes here, which means a minimum of 9 space taken up here. Probably more than that, because at least one of them needs to be part of this 5. Because otherwise this 5 doesn't have room to do the thing. So maybe the 5 is in here. And then this could be whatever. The other solution is the 5 goes through the delta. And then this is 2 3s. And then this is a 3. And then this does whatever it wants to. We're looking at T's. Could be T's. No, this is the same problem as before. Now there's a 6 here. Big problems. I suspect that the vibes over here are not quite strong enough. Could this be? No. This could be like that, but then this 5. Yeah, I think this 5 has to be a part of this mess in some way. Maybe this could be a 4. 4 into there, and then this is an L of some kind that doesn't interfere with the 5 somehow. And also doesn't overlap here. That doesn't work. This is turning out to be a lot more restrictive than I expected. Maybe once I figure this out, I can figure out the rest of it. Confident about L's here, but the arrangement of the L's could be very different. Like, this could be doing this, for example, and then this could be doing something else entirely, and then all of this is different, I don't know. Let's figure this out, and then we can figure out the rest of this, maybe. These two, so this, and this are all different shapes. And each of them needs to be at least 3. The same holds true over here. Which is not to say that this 5 can't be involved in any one of these. Right? Like, that's completely viable. As long as this and this are then the same. Which they could be. What else is required based on this information? These two can still be part of the same shape. Likewise, these two. So I can't do the same thing here with, like, the things extending. Only one of these, the 4 or the 3, can be in the center. And if the 4s are in the center, it has to be an I. And this can't be an I, it has to be an L. So the 4s aren't touching. The 3s might be. I guess this could be an L like this. That could still work. These two need to be the same shape. I think we have decided that T's are not going to fly. This 4 cannot reach the delta, so it can't be part of this purple. Yeah, no. It can be part of the Gemini. Should that be how my interest is struck. But then whatever this is doing needs to extend far enough that it's not cutting off the 5, which seems dangerous. So maybe the 5 is connected to here? And then this is also part of a 5 of some kind? Seems dangerous. I don't know that there's enough space for that. For this 5 to curve into this delta here, for this 5 to be part of the yellow, this would now need to be part of a different 5 that extends past all of this stuff. So a certain amount of length is required that this 5 can't necessarily reach, because it can't go right, and there's no more up to go up here. So I think this can't be part of this yellow without making it impossible for this to be a shape. I still think it can be part of the delta. Or part of the Gemini, part of the purple. If this goes up and isn't part of the center space, then it needs to leave space for the center open. It needs to go left. Can't go down here. It needs to go into this space. And it can't hit this because this doesn't have enough room. And it can't hit this because it's the wrong size. So it needs to do exactly this. Which leaves this is exactly a 3. Exactly a 3. This needs to be at least a 4. Could be more. And this 4 can't be done. So this 5 can't go up. And not be a part of this. If it goes up, it has to be a part of this. Which means this has to be able to match this shape, whatever it is. Which at this point, to add 2 more to this, and still have this be able to match it, seems impossible. Go left twice, and then this doesn't have enough room to go up or down? Yeah, impossible. So this 5 needs to go right. Which means this 4 can't be part of this space. Can this 5 still go there if it goes right? If it's now going down, this is sealed off. If it's going right and going down, this 4 needs to connect here. Which, I don't think that works. Do I have the numbers wrong? No. The 5s, 4s, and 3s have to be those numbers. But if this 5 goes down... Okay, so maybe the 5 doesn't go down and connects to the delta. Yeah, okay, the 5 needs to connect to the delta then, because otherwise the 5 is going down here. So then this has to go out at least to here. Which means this isn't connected. Isn't connected there, has to do this. This is locked in. This is exactly this 3. I don't think this can be anything else. This could still be a 4 if I want it to. But this is now either 4 or 3. No, It could actually be 5 all the way across. And then this is also 5 all the way across? Yes, that could actually work. And then this goes up here. And then this takes this spot. And then this L does something weird. That, I guess. Except that doesn't work. It can't go down that way. Okay, so this doesn't work. This L needs to connect to one of these two. And now this can't be a 5 across. Yeah, if it goes across left, then this has to connect to something else. Can't go up here. Has to connect to this, which is illegal. So this has to be this, I think. No. Maybe it has to be this. So that these can do this. Or I guess it could go here and down? Yeah, it could do this. No, because now this needs to come out and do that. Which is not going to work. It could do this, though. Yeah? And then we have... No, because now there's not enough room. So I think it has to do this. Except this is a problem. So I guess it has to do this? And then this... No, this is also a problem. Man. This stuff here is concerning. Alright, what if given this, it's actually a T? That's not going to work. So that's not going to work. What if given this, it's actually a Z? I don't think there's any way for a Z to fit in here. Not with the space I currently have. Because this still has to come out to here. Which means this has to be a 5. This could be a 5 into here, though. That's valid. Like, this works. But then this is, like, an empty space, which does not get accounted for by the deltas. So it doesn't work, is what I'm saying. How would this be a Z in this situation? I guess it would have to be like this. It really seems like the only thing that works, except that it doesn't work for this. And this kind of seems like it's the only thing that works here. Except that doesn't work either. Can this work? No, this can't be a Z. Has to be a T. Or an L, rather. That doesn't work, because this needs to be a 5 now. So it needs to be like this. then this needs to be a 5 also. Man, so much of this doesn't work. This just keeps on not working. What if this does this? This doesn't go up to there. This does this. But then this needs more space to work with because these two can't be part of the same region. The vibes are shot, kids. The vibes are in shambles. Given this, still confident about this 3. This can't connect here. This can go to here. If this goes that way and this goes up, this can't be the L. Yeah, this still really feels like it has to connect there. Which means we're dealing with either a 3 or a 4 here. I mean, I guess it could be a 5. Right? We were working with that, maybe. No. What if it's a 4, and this is like a T? That's screwed. This can't be a T. This has to be an L. Which I think means if this is a 4, this has to connect there. So I like this being a 3. Yeah, I keep coming back to this shape, because this feels right. It has to be like that, so this has to be an L of some kind. That's not going to work. That can work, as long as this is a 5, which it currently isn't. So I think it has to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2. I want this to go up here. Something is wrong here, and I'm not sure what. Maybe this 3 is wrong. I'm gonna rewind until I have the colors in the corner again. So this is the part I am sure about. Maybe the 3 in the center was wrong. The 3 in the center is wrong, and then what am I looking at? Does this come out here like this? How else can this connect? How else can this work? This still has to be an L. Like, that much I am confident of as well. Question is how? So this has to be an L. So this has to come out to here in some way or another. Which means this has to be the 5. I am confident about this. Which means, I guess this could still go that way as an L and not take either of these? What does that look like? That looks like this going up to here. Because this can't be a part of this. It needs to be at least 3. So how does this... that doesn't work either. So this goes up. This is an L. And this is part of that. This, I think, is required. Now, the next step down here is a little bit fidgety. And figuring out what we're doing here is also a little... A little, If this 5 goes up, it can't take this spot because that doesn't leave enough room for another thing. But it would have to take this. Which means we have an elbow, which doesn't fit here. We have a T, which doesn't fit here. Or we have an F, which doesn't fit here. So it can't go up. Has to go right. Still can't take this, I don't think. Although maybe... But it can't go down to this spot either, because it can't cut off the 4. So it does need to touch this. I think this is also required. And this 4 needs to come out here. So this needs to be like a 3 like that. Which means this needs to be a 3 exactly like that, because otherwise there's no room here. So this needs to come up and take that spot. Which means, once again, we're in this position. So how do I make the rest of this work if this is what I'm doing? Like this? That doesn't work. Like this, maybe. And then this could be part of a 3. And then this remaining space is a 5 and a 3. Oh my god, that works. Yo! Okay, I was right about so much of this, and then just didn't put all of the pieces together in the right way each time I was assembling it. Like, the first time I put this side together, I had this 5 wrong. And then I started doing this, and I was like, oh, this interferes with other things because I couldn't get the bottom right. And then I started offsetting this, which meant I didn't have enough space down here. Oh my god. So many ways in which this went wrong. But overall, I was right. Overall, the vibes were correct. They were just not precise enough, because they were vibes. And eventually, I attached precision to the vibes, and everything worked out. Good. Go team. All right. That is going to be it for me, I think. So this is good progress, I think. Good progress? How much progress have I made today? I came in with some number solved and came out with also some number solved. I have no idea. Progress was made, though. That's the important part. The important part is progress is still occurring in one way or another. But that is going to be it for tonight.